Day 12 already. We're quite far into the story. Hmm? Day 12, let's jump in. But yes, maybe today I'll be able to finish off the ship. We need so many ultimate birds. I'm good with the burning ships. Mm-hmm. Not discovered. Let's see. Another babe. What's she gonna...
That's a lot of pirates for somewhere that's meant to be secret. Shite thatch. What is this? That's it! They've seen us now!
That's what.
Oh, this is what happens when you tell pirates they're... Brace for impact! I'd almost prefer warring with the King's Navy to this.
Oh, that didn't hit anything.
Fire!
Everybody's here after the same treasure. I think that's the but the Black Bear's treasure. We have fast traveled here. There was a storm and many ships. Damn.
Anchor ahoy!
Ready. Should have landed here.
If the loot is even half.
They thought Blackbeard hid his treasure underwater.
Search the water. The diving bell we picked up and search the water. Okay. Mind rope.
Killed him.
Get you first! After him!
Oh, he did come back from the water.
Not good enough.
They are not getting staggered. I kinda need to get to the other side. Just for the yellow thing here. No, it was a lamp. Of course it was a lamp. We cannot fight sharks here. We can dodge. Welcome, Sorga. How are you doing today? Some fresh air. On the train. Oh. So, is your vacation ending? You're traveling back home.
There's sharks in them tunnels that got our lands. I can't fathom how Blackbeard ever got through by himself.
Resynced streak. 130 was your last. Flex.
Leave them powder barrels be. Ann's left them where they are a purpose, and don't want no one touching them.
Ah, he got... Time's up, soldier!
Think, man. Where would you hide your treasure if you was Blackbeard? Not out in the open, that's certain. I found ya! I get you!
Real bullet hurts.
My turn.
Yo. Back to chaos.
That's far enough away.
Will do. Did that look like a far enough? Nothing open up here. And I think this was open last time. It's still not open. That's not a power cup. You were live streaming on the state RP. Oh, nice. How did that go? How was it? I think I'm supposed to load that up. But with what? I only have ignite option here. What's normal? No lagging or anything. Does not work. Medic doing medic things. Oh, okay. That really looks like I could pick it up.
I should be all right here.
Those guys are fighting. He's vegan guy. Now let's hope I have some aim. How are your patients? It is there, but now it's under a subscription. It is still there. I think I changed it like 3 months ago. So. It's always cheaper to use the website. App Store is taking their own cut. You got the streak. Nice.
Blackbeard, and what did it get me? Miserable bastard dropping in my knee just to prove he could. And then he gave all reward to that prancing Kenway. Well, now I'll get my share.
No, you won't. My share.
Ever the green-eyed minnow hands.
Where could it be? We have so many explosives here. Does that look you could break?
A safe distance.
Oh, that was a peekaboo. Carry this to where? Does that? I don't know how he got all these rocks. He was able to seal his treasure.
What the devil?
Is that it? That's Blackbeard's treasure?
Whoever's reading this letter, you best hope I'm dead. Or you'll answer for disturbing what I took uncommon pains to secure. If, in point of fact, I am dead, with luck, it's Edward Kenway who's doing the reading, having been lured by the smell of gold. That being the case, I'm sorry to disappoint you, lad. You've not found gold. But what you have found is treasure of sorts. Here, you have everything you'll need to establish a freehold and grow it into the grand proposition we always dreamed of. It's cost me a pretty penny, too, if I'm honest. So don't go squandering it. Do right by me in this, Kenway. I
don't know what's going on with our
place
jacket.
like Nassau, as much as it ever did.
You soft-headed old coot.
Now don't worry. This weren't my whole fortune. The rest is hid safe, and there ain't no map to it. Blackbeard.
Clever bastard. All right, Thatch. I'll see to it.
Well, guess that was it. No, we don't have a side quest. Return to Inagua. And we jump from here. Close it. So
They're ancient Spanish! That's a lot of war, sir!
two frigates taking on one man of war in front of my eyes. Let's get back. We have two portraits to put in here.
How did you climb up here? More ships mean more money.
Let's check the reports. Repair this one and oh, that's piracy is still happening. Here we can have another metal bar. Ships ahoy! It's here. Manor basement. Captain Steed put it.
You've returned, Captain Kenway. How was the reunion with your old acquaintance?
There wasn't one.
An exquisite piece, Captain Kenway. I could find buyers for it, should you wish to sell.
Some things hold more value than gold, silver, or rum.
Remembering our friends.
Life can't be all pleasure and distraction, you told me. I fear I led you astray, my friend. I would have liked to hear those wild stories he promised. I would have liked to hear...
Really, for that sentence. We have a couple of more statue. No, statue. Picture places. It is looking quite hefty. Now about the
I don't
blackberry.
know what we are going to do. The food's not going to last much longer.
There's not enough farmers. Them we have can't bring their crops to harvest before it all dies in the field.
We did just get farmer's tools. Now we are growing crops here.
Captain Kenway, what is all this? Pieces of 8, shovels, pitchforks, plow. A farming manual.
A gift of sorts, from Blackbeard's treasure. And there's a lot more besides.
It's enough to secure the prosperity of all the lives here. That's a strange kind of treasure for a pirate, is it not?
Blackbeard weren't a usual pirate. Use it well. Treasure or no, it weren't easy to find.
I'll make sure we do, Captain.
That's a lot of places. Some bananas, actually huge bananas. Those are not found from our stores here.
I can't imagine there's a lot for you to do here, Captain Kenway.
We have a new portrait.
A scoundrel is skulking about.
Let's see if we can place it over here as well. Yes, we can.
And the painter didn't complete his work. Rest easy, friend.
Nobody else. Is that the picture now shared? No likes. I don't know how this has like 4,000 likes. It's not feed. Really weird that there was this high. We'll take it. There's no sense. Let's feed the hero.
Get back
Why we are not
fire? That new grain needs longer in the pot.
Maybe so, but it satisfies well enough, at least for my taste.
okay, good, they are feeling better. No more complaining of the lack of food.
So, what have you been eating?
No legendary things.
If I haven't got it, I haven't got it, have I?
No, you have not. Where will our next adventure take us? Almost completed all the Assassin contracts. We have the location. Just need to start sailing. Since I haven't even unlocked it.
It's a fine life out there, but it's not all sport and merrymaking. I have a wife to think about.
Aye, mischief suits for a time. But a man needs more purpose than his own amusement.
Purpose? Jesus, Ade, not you too. You're beginning to sound like Kid. Take the wheel. Give us a shanty.
Let's just look at the distance. 13,000. We're gonna be there for a while. We're here out in the sea for a while.
To me, Johnny Poker, the skipper is a rover. To me, Johnny Poker, oh, to me, Johnny Poker, the meat is never sober. To me, Johnny Poker, oh, to me, Johnny Poker, the bosun is a tailor. To me, Johnny Poker, oh, to me, Johnny Poker, we'll all go on a jamboree. Do me Johnny Bunker. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker. The packet is a rolling. Do me Johnny Bunker. Do. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker. We're pulling all together. Do me Johnny Bunker. Do. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker. We'll hope for better weather. Do me Johnny Bunker. Do. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker, and soon we'll be in London town. Do me Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker, come rock and roll me over. Do me Johnny Bunker, do.
Schooner, sir! They're Spanish, sir! Come to port!
Hey, boys! Oh, don't just hear the old man say.
The wind has us!
Goodbye, very well. Oh, don't just hear the old man say. Hurrah, we boys, we're homeward bound. We're homeward bound to Liverpool town. Goodbye, very well. Goodbye, very well. Where all of them duties, they will come down. Hurrah, we boys, we're homeward bound. And when we get to the Wallasey gates, goodbye, very well. Goodbye, very well. Oh, Sally and Polly, for the flashmen do wait. Hurrah, we boys, we're homeward bound. And one to the other, we'll hear them say.
Somehow the sea is way more calmer when I'm looking.
Oh, here he comes Johnny with what he must pay.
Really?
Well, these like ours and we'll ring the old bell. Goodbye, very well. Goodbye, very well. And with them duties we'll raise merry yell. Hurrah, we boys, we're homeward bound. We're homeward bound to the gals of the town. Goodbye, very well. Goodbye, very well. And step me your bullies and even around. Hurrah, we boys.
Really, we have a burning ship straight on the road.
We get home, boys, oh, won't we fly round?
Ease her off!
And away.
Reef mains, douse topsails!
Clew up gallants!
Oh, we will want to go this way.
This gale's got teeth, Captain!
Well sung, lad. Me thanks.
It is time to board and get... I need some resources. Not a lot of time. This is mostly money.
Catch me some wind.
Eject Spanish! Frigate cabin!
No, I want the creek.
Stunsails! Use all the wind you can!
Oh, do me Johnny Bunker, come rock and roll me over. Do me Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker, the skipper is a rover. Do me Johnny Bunker, do.
Johnny's on
Oh,
questions.
do me Johnny Bunker, the meat is never sober. Do me Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker, the bosun is a tailor. Do me Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker, we'll all go on a jamboree. Do me Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker, the packet is a rolling. Do me Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker, we're pulling all together. Do me Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker, we'll hope for better weather.
Green Star.
Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Bunker, and soon we'll
Only
be
9,000.
in London town. Do me Johnny come rock and roll me over to my Johnny Bunker too.
Ease up.
Onward, lads! Fortune beckons!
It's a friendly fort!
favors us.
Farewell and adieu to you Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu to you ladies of Spain. For we've received orders for to sail for Olding, and we may never
Ease her off. Faster now.
You really shoot at me.
All on the South Sea until we strike soundings in the channel of Old England. Promotion at the city is 35 leagues. We hove our ship to with the wind from southwest. We hove our ship to
One's just missing.
soundings to take just 45 fathoms with a white sandy bottom. So we squared our main yard and up channel did steer. We rant and will roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and will roar all on the South Sea, and we'll strike soundings in the channel of
I'm looking for a rum.
from ocean to sea is 35 leagues. Let every man drink off his
There's a man afloat down there!
Let every man drink off his full
Let's go take
We'll
that.
drink and be jolly and drown melancholy. And here's to the health of each true-hearted man.
Calm her down.
We'll rant and we'll roar like true rain.
Beat the quarter. Fire! Douse all but mains!
The wind is picking up nasty.
I want to look at on the map. Where are we? I could have this in mind.
Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize!
Now, who wants to be the captain? Here. I have a lot of crew members.
Put on some sail!
The wages I've seen have been paid.
Flying Spanish ensigns! Schooner! More sail! We need to budge!
Blackbeard scared even pirates bold. He took their ships and he took their gold.
Shall we go for the fleet?
Clew up foremast rig!
Why not?
Stunsails! Use all the wind you can!
Beard on fire!
Fire!
Hold your tongue and prepare to engage!
Fire! 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 Batten your
Now I'm like a sitting dog.
Loose and trim too! Wait for impact! Trim the yards off the way!
Oh no, almost hitting a rock on the other side.
Loose some sail, we move! Loose and trim tight, ride the wind!
Douse those gallants! Haul! Haul!
I'm gonna board them both. I need the resources.
Do we board her now, sir?
This we can repair.
Bring them in for a steely kiss!
I'm not so sure about these swords. The extra shot does not seem to be dealing like any kind of damage. Little stacker, but why not just use heavy ammo?
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
Let's collect this loot first.
Crowd in on, all of it! Trim off! Bring in the stunsails!
Spanker! Hold down!
Oh, the convoy is not going too fast.
Jump the halyard!
Where am I to go?
Where am I to go?
Say the word, I'll have the grapples cast to border! Let us strike these devils down!
Reel them in, me trunks!
Grant them death for us!
Guard these devils!
We'll handle this like shots. Use the bullets. Work wonders. Is that a lead convoy ship now next to us?
Spaniards!
It is.
The frigate!
Get them aloft, let's go!
They're aloft on the fore, come on!
Trim as near the wind as you dare! Fast as you dare! Clew up foremast wings! Raise your voices, me trumps! Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
We really didn't give them any mercy.
Ready to board on your master!
Yo, heave-ho! Heave!
Wildly timed boarding attempt. No, no, no! You don't get to shoot at me.
Let out some sail!
There's the lead conclusion. Oh, hey. My bad.
We'll need the carbons in the big bag! Fire! Fire!
With this bigger with the
Ready, Captain! Just say the word! Paul! Reel the lovers in!
Luckily the island didn't. Head off! Okay, no, we missed. These swords definitely good to be dealing more damage. Let's get a lot loose. No! Assassin.
Catch me some wind! Crowd in on, all of it! Give everything she's got! A song!
Down west, old ship that ever did sail, sailed on a errand on a windy day, and was waiting for the day, waiting for the day.
Spanish, sir! Looks to be a frigate!
He was built in round and toy, out together with bits of twine, and we're waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day.
Frigates, but they aren't carrying any rum.
Nothing in the galley, nothing in the hole, skipper's turned in with a bag of gold. Wait for the day, wait for the day, wait for the day, then we get off. Off for Nestle sprang a leak, here I pour out timbers creek, and we're waiting for the day, wait for the day, wait for the day, then we get off. And we pumped our way round Scalvey,
we're halfway there.
Back round to west northwest. We're waiting for the day,
Set her back.
wait for the day, wait for the day, then we get
Fast as you dare!
to the armor and up to town. Pump you blinders, pump round. Wait for the day, wait for the day, wait for the day, then we get on. Wait for the day, wait for the day, wait for the day, then we get on.
Check door, fastest rig.
Hey, we'll heave him up and away we'll go. Baby Susie,
Ease up!
heave him up and away we'll go.
Hi, angry. Spare. Are you ready? I'm missing all. No, okay. Most of the ultimate plans. I think I do need to be doing most of it. How did that? And how did he survive? I have some questions. Let's just stuff the bullets. Half of the missions also. I did earlier today acquire the treasures for the Captain Blackbird's treasure. It's a fight. A couple of ships had to be destroyed, and not the pirates. Everybody's so greedy after one.
Less risk now.
Appreciate it. The drops are really nice. Can't deny those. Yeah. Now I have 2 ships named Ventura. Yes. 2 bricks. Same boat. But this one has more health. I might need to destroy these. And get a 3-star. Next time, I actually don't know when I'll be streaming this. Because next week I won't be at home. With the weekdays at least. But another game that I'll be continuing tomorrow on Saturday. Of course, there's no drops. Since this is not a new game, but it's been a lot of fun. I have the DLCs as well. Haven't progressed on the second one. I'll be taking a lot of a lot of fun times just traveling. Now, what do we want to do here? Let's send the big mistake there. Have you played all of the Assassin's Creed games or not? Yeah, like, need one more. I'm not sure if there's 2-star schooners. Here is a fort that I haven't captured. Another one. I tried. Yesterday I tried for half an hour and just got destroyed. In both. Or versus both of them. Okay, let's get seasick.
Give me more
sail. Get to a new island so I can finish assassination.
Use all the wind you can. Speed, lads.
Loot.
Fast as you dare.
Where's the Pathfinder taking us? Oh, it's guiding us to another marker for some reason. Doesn't have rum. No rum. I need more rum. How about you? Nope. It's on the way though. For the legendary ships and for the last two forts, I think we need. He deal the bad plans for weapons, so they deal more damage. But I do need more. Only having 10, even the man of war. Yes, do you have your favorite sea shanty? I think I have of them, all of them. Let's see. Is it here or on the...
Give me another one, lads.
Why these are so protected borders?
Trim the yards off the wind! Fire! Stunts up! Let's get moving! Brace yourselves! Fire! Piece it all top! Fire! 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 Brace!
I might get destroyed here. Too narrow. Maybe I lure them out of the lagoon, or how would you call that? Small place. It is so narrow. Hopefully we will respawn close by. Yes.
Get the mains free!
Coming on stairs! Hold that blow!
Fire! Brace for impact! Give me some speed!
The wind has left us, Kenway!
Fire! Ready powder barrels!
Now we have our distance.
Fire! Fire!
Let's just try to turn a little.
Fire! 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 Fire!
that is still working. Oh no,
Give everything she's got. Race!
We do need to brace.
Fire! Powder kegs! We will need time and to repair that damage! Fire! Wait! Fire!
Did any of them hit?
Fire! All in the stunsails!
Not.
Fire! Loose and catch the wind! Fasten yourself!
Got hit by me.
Fire! Speed, lad! Brace yourself! Fire! Douse all but mains!
Repair.
Hurry! Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
That boat does not want to fight.
It's a man of war!
I don't mind it at all.
Drag them to their doom!
Step on their ship and they'll part like the sea!
Any who's that foot here, down!
How's that not hitting? There's always somebody in front of it. So.
To watch.
Now let's repair. That is a man of war. Was there one behind us?
Reef them tight! Drop anchor! Catch me some wind!
I didn't actually even get aggro. Huh.
Alright, Jack, sing!
I don't mind it.
We ride the wind! For all We must tread lightly! These waters are well guarded, sir! Give everything she's got! Fire! Cruise up! Brace yourself! Fire! Fire! Unfold mains, let's move! Fire! All sails! She'll take it!
Close enough so it can.
Fire! Fire!
We're taking in water!
Fire!
We're spreading! What's the key line?
Fire!
Right, there it is. One less man of war. Barely alive. We did take it down. Take it down.
Loose and trim tight. Ride the
Say
wind.
the word to let fly grapple, sir!
Our faults deserve no mercy.
Read them in, me drums.
What's important? Really? Take the flag. Who's shooting us? I don't know where the first two shots went. Somehow I was unable to target this. It's always a nice goal. Rope and shoot. Something you don't see every day.
That was class.
But yes, no, I definitely need to repair the boat. We are so damaged. Let's see about getting on the shore.
Let's ride this blow, lads. Careful, Captain. His waters are closely watched by our enemies. Stun stones. Use all the wind you can.
They were watching.
Spaniards! Man of war, sir! Too powerful, Captain! They will surely sink us!
Yeah, that's what my crew is saying. I suppose they're wrong. They're about to take it down.
The fleet has returned. We have the wind at our back! Anchor away!
Okay, half of the fleet's very back. Let's send the rest back out.
Ships are profit.
Repair the boat bridge. Oh, this is also 1 star. Yeah, I have 1 star bricks. We could actually get rid of them. Not trading, we want piracy. kuppari siis. Resources. So what I need to be reminded or remember. Stick it up.
Would you be interested in some privateering work?
Hold up, man. Not yet. First viewpoint. Not what I had in mind. Now it's looking good. What's your favorite drink? Mine is water. Coffee comes as a close next. You do need both. Not a perfect landing, but in this you don't die if you roll.
These pirates are going too far.
Oh, it's inside the cabin. Oh. Hide up. How you do it today? I got Captain Blackbird's treasure.
The captain's hounding the villagers.
I don't. Yeah. That worked. No, nobody got any damage.
Got you in my sights.
Let's
I hope the villagers do have his treasure.
Half of them want to fight the rest.
Got you! Got you!
Just don't. Or maybe they just got angry.
My boss is looking for a privateer.
Hold up. I have another mission to deal with. Last assassination contract. Maybe a bit unnecessary jump. I'm not the one who's swinging. It's our character. Templar aristocrat farm. I'll take it.
What draws?
I really want to change this Board of Gold. Imagine giving you a gold weapon and its damage is 17. You need to punch many times.
Plus to a place like this.
What else we have on this island? I think there was a chest at least. Yeah, 1. 3 secrets. There's a treasure map, a letter, and a data file. If you would want to have a rabbit, let's go from the right side.
You're finished! I have a torch!
How about this? Quite clean. Or well though. Have you yet found one of the most convenient trinkets? Lodestone. Loots nearby corpses and curious automatically.
Might have left something behind.
During the fights, you do not need to.
Fine by me.
Looting. We will check on the treasure maps.
Look.
A letter. Finding steady work. Reaching Jamaica, I pushed all idle thoughts and fantasies from my mind and set about finding myself employment. A letter of endorsement from my mentor, Mr. Davenport, hastened my success, and within a fortnight I was able to secure an interview with an agent, esteemed Mr. Peter Beckford, man known by it across the West Indies as one of honor and good intelligence. As I must say, was his agent, for the man hired me on the spot. Within a 2 days' time was I set to work upon the slaves' quarters, hitting them with sturdier doors and tighter rules. For my own accommodations, I'm well pleased to tell they were fine. 3 windows and I, 2 of which looked upon the cane fields. One opened, light breeze filled my room. One sentence with the raw perfume of the nearby sea and the distant sound of a rushing ocean surf. Often too the spiritual songs. Low slaves. Hartberg entered and gave me a deeper calm. It was a pleasant there, only discomfort could not mask the dread I felt at the thought of catching the yellow fever, or another of those incurable ailments that often struck those who newly arrived in these spots. For my party, I saw well over 17 men and women perish from the disease within 6 months of my arrival. It seemed then that for every success I had, another 2 or 3 potential misses lay in wait. And as time would tell, this proved most unfortunately true. Tactical destruction.
Certainly there's something of value hidden in those old drowned ruins. We just need to courage to look.
Everyone knows that ruins are cursed. Whatever's there, is it worth your life?
What old ruins? This was here. Shark. I don't see it. Minus. Either. Was Date is another word for reserve. No. Let's look out look the map. What it was. Was it this Hamburger's key? 30 and 5 7 157. I'm at 30. Private escort. We can have that. There's not a lot of map that I haven't discovered. This will help. Unfortunately, the treasure was not further sighted.
Over here!
Please do tell. Escort the Nepturo. We have captured a ship carrying valuable cargo, which is rightfully ours. The Spanish do not agree with this assessment and have vowed to take it back. Protect the ship and you'll be amply rewarded.
You'll find no better guardian for the Neptuno than the Jackdaw.
Very good, Captain.
How close it is? It's in the same area. Yes, we're going there. First, I do need to
unreef the mains.
Lay off and loose mains.
Full sail! Crowd it all!
Where are my targets?
Fast as you dare!
Actually, two ships would be really nice to see. There. And lower our one. Island.
Pardon once he turned around to fight once for the mighty crown.
That might be what I need to defend.
The ship's revenge was feared by all. The flag that head was flying tall. And the foe and the hasty bonnet. A pistol dagger in his hand. Bonnet did the seas command. Whoa, Steve Bonnet! Steve was captured at Cape Fear. His dying day was brought in here.
Hello, Spark Whale. So yeah, yesterday we did witness the last study for one of as well. Another island. Hey, there we have a ship.
Tomorrow ye will get your fate, and it's time for us to leave her. Spanish
Ease her off! Cargo there, sir! Over the bow, sir!
I'll never forget.
Fire!
Oh, I actually hit the ball.
Every last scrap of duck on the wind! Brace! Grapples ready, Captain. Just say the word.
Maybe it's more than one ship.
Prepare to board,
Or more than two ships that we need.
Bring them in for a steely kiss!
Okay. I did need a 3-star brick, but I also
Loose and catch the wind!
that hurt.
Loose mainsails, man your ship! Fire! 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 Brace yourself! Fire! Speed, lads! Fasten yourself!
Nope. Didn't go well. Oh, this is a man of war. We are full health now.
Mains out, trim to the wind.
Man your stays, we trim too.
We could try.
Faster now.
It's a fair wind today, Mr. Biggs.
Let's have a song then.
Alright, lad. Where am I to go, me Johnny? Where am I to go? Way, hey, hey, I roll and go. Oh, where am I to go, me Johnny? Oh, where am I to go? I'm a young sailor boy, and where am I to go? Oh, way up on that gallant yard, that's where you're bound to go. Way, hey, hey, I roll.
There's some big waves.
Way up on that gallant yard, that's where you're bound to go. For I'm a young sailor boy, and where am I to go? Away upon that gallant yard, and take the gallant ship. Away, hey, hey, I roll and go. Away upon that gallant yard, and take the gansel in. For I'm a young sailor boy, and where am I to go?
It is a good song. There's the boat we need.
The Neptuno. Let's hope for fair winds and calm waters together.
I see them! At the ready!
There's a whole fleet. Where's the one? This small fishing boat.
Gallants! Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
It was a friendly, but they didn't stay away.
Reef the gallant!
There's news from the fleet, Captain.
Where does it want to go?
Sing a new song.
Oh, to me, Johnny Poker, come rock and roll me over. To me, Johnny Poker, do.
Strike the cap.
To me, Johnny Poker, the skip on is all over. To me, Johnny Poker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Poker, the meat is never sober.
Or is that the convoy? But they are like going another one.
Let's get going.
Is Neptune like fighting versus something?
Loose all sail!
Like, I don't see any other ships.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall!
They were fighting with the smaller ships.
Loot floating by here, Captain. Trim as near the wind as you dare!
Use all! Hearty like!
We have the men. Give us a mark.
Trim off! Bring in the stunsails!
The foremans!
They were fighting versus the smaller ships.
Loose and trim tight!
I just
Ride
throw
the
over
wind.
one.
Reef the gallant!
The ship is faster.
Trim as near the wind as you dare!
Check those royals!
Give everything she's got!
Ventals will carry us to the edge of the earth.
Christ, there's no end to them! Keep it up, lads! Crowd in on, all of it! Ease her off! Reef the topsails and gallants! Fire! Fire!
Oh, one still, okay.
Fire!
Pirate ship coming. That's for me.
Unreef the mains!
On your order, Captain. Larboard!
They gather like a school of big-eyed scads! Let them down! Keep it up, lads! Can't let the Neptuno take another hit! Close the royals and talk! Fire!
Ahoy! All hands to station!
Fire!
So much smoke that can't see anything.
Loose all, let's move! Set her back. Fire! Fire! All sails, she'll take it!
There's gallants! Who's the trip?
Calm her down. Fire! Fire! Fire!
Destroy! Will they wait for us if we... I'm not sure if they do.
Give me every inch of sail! Send her back!
Fortune beckons!
Ease off! Bring in some... I'll try that luck again. More sail! We need to budge!
Contract's completed.
Gallants! Royals!
There you have it. That is another place.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail! Faster now!
That does seem like we need to fight on that side. Let's see. This is just islands here. Go sail, sightseeing. No native people.
Reef the gallants! Full sail! Crowd it all!
Rocks or monkeys at us.
Speed, lads!
Look ahead, look astern, look the weather in the lee. Blow high, blow low, and so sail we. I see a wreck to windward and a lofty ship to lee. Sailing down along the coast of high Barbary. Our pirates for a man of war, cried we. Blow high,
Are you loot or just...
so sail we. Oh no, I'm not a pirate, but a man of war, cried he. Sailing down along the coast.
Here we have a smuggler's day.
Wind is shaping up for a big blow, sir.
And so sail we, for we have got some letters to be carried home by you. Sailing down along the coast of high Barbary. Broadside for broadside.
We're beelining for the rocks, sir. Hit that cathead.
Enough! Thanks!
Captain's got the save.
Didn't we have a map for this place? Then we can jump up in. So is the entrance down? Or just on the other side? Well, that does not help us at all. Seems the entrance is underwater. Protected by jellyfish. Come on, I wanted the chest, Edward. Then we can go up and get some fresh air. Did I come from this side? I feel like I did. No, that's closer to the ship. So close. No. Again, I went to the wrong. This time I'm make this one. Is that final last famous last words connection? Let's read this. Yes, easily. Okay. Something there, something there. It's the marker itself.
Another bottle with a letter inside.
What's the story in here? On being a sage, I remained alone at the observatory's location, plumbing its secrets all the while besieged by such an influx of reveries it would require a toll twice the size of Bible to relate them all. Let it suffice to say that I came to understand the nature of the two souls within me, and I'm not content. After near a week there, I was visited by a group of natives from the island, people of the Diana tribe, I believe. They spotted me first and might have killed me straight away had my utter surprise not widened my eyes to such a degree that their unusual qualities were seen by all. At seeing me thus, the natives stopped and dropped to their knees with slow gesticulations. I understood at once that these men were sworn to protect this place, and in my further conversations with them since, I have made out that it was a previous sage who had employed them. So, or more precisely, I should say, employed their ancestors. Thus, for nearly 150 years had passed since the last sage had come this way. I'm told this grave lies nearby, but is unmarked and inaccessible. It has now been over 4 decades since my arrival at this sacred place, and only one question yet lingers in my mind. How many more of my sort have been here total? Near 80 millennials have passed since our inception, and I'm apt to believe the number quite high, but I cannot know for certain. But let that not trouble you, reader, for you have followed my story entire. Look you for my final missive in the place where I will soon surely lay, either near the observatory, where I have instructed the guardians of this place to bury me, when my passage across this mortal coil is at its end. Therefore, fare thee well. Until then.
Where have I seen this place? I do like buried treasure.
The ultimate clone.
Tasty.
No. Pirate Captain. Not bad, but not the ultimate treasure. Is there like another path? Yes, if I climb up.
waste on this forsaken isle, and we still haven't found it. I want hot food and a proper bed. Oh, the boss will have our heads. I'll be in for a flogging.
Could be something in those pockets.
Die now!
Was I too loud? Why was it?
There he is.
He's in trouble. Okay.
I saved you a flogging.
No! Get him!
I want that loot. It was me! No, any. Hey, there's one. Is that dude just asleep? I swear he was there first. Hey! Loot! You are another one. Spring steel swords. Able to parry gunshots. Not reflect, but parry. There is still one secret. Treasure map. A key. Oh, they are like upstairs here.
Try this!
Okay. I was too silent, killer.
More gold to get my hands on.
Oh, it's like above here. Let's look at the map. This is what we got. Misterioso. 4 maps, not done. On with Captain. Axel Habits stream this summer. Now let's look at the coordinates. 271, 178. Two 71, 178. Somewhere there. There was a rainbow! Or it's this island, I remember. We were fighting on top. It's a nice play. Back to being treasure hunter. Where we can climb up. Side and
I've seen this place before. It's somewhere here.
the ultimate blonde. Where do we get them first? Some of them I found from the treasure chest. So far, maybe not years. Right what I needed. Oh, let's get everything here. Now, next map. 11:30. No, 11:3 and 11. This is the whole unknown place. It almost goes out of the map. Let's see. Check door is not far away.
Loose some sail, we move!
They are aloft on the fore, come on!
Maybe
Give me more
we
sail.
do need to go for this. That seems really tight. Yeah.
All sail! Fill those sticks!
Give us a song, lads.
Loose some sail, we move!
There's a convoy waiting for us.
Get the tops and royals down!
Loose topsails, gallants and royals!
With a man of war.
English color! Man of war, sir!
And when we get to the war, seek
2 man of wars.
Royal Navy! More than one, sir! Armored command!
Our boat is really great.
We're sailing large now!
Faster now!
Something a bit easier. None of them have. Oh yeah, then there's the fort that had been killing him many times.
Give everything she's got!
Don't mind me, I'm just passing through. We tried to fight it yesterday. I tried to fight it. Oh, like a couple of times.
Gallants! Royals! Furl!
All the men!
Full
The
sail!
wind was so
Crowd it all! Speed, lads!
so foggy. Can't see anything.
Give voice, you tars!
Oh, doom. It is time to go now. Haul away your anchor. Haul away your anchor. It is our sailing time. Get some sail upon her. Haul away your
I swear I saw something there. It feels like we are a ghost ship. There is something. It is just so foggy that we cannot scout it. Like it's right in front of us.
Calm her down! Clue up foremast
Okay, game
rig.
is saying not that way. Map restrictions.
Loose and trim tight! Ride the wind!
Let's ride this squall!
Two man of wars versus each other.
Beat the quarters!
Awaiting order! Fire! Damn these missiles! Fire! Ground it all on! Batter yourselves! Fire! Fire! Take a shot! Right there! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Okay.
Trim the yards off the wind! Up the shrouds, lad! Be safe! Brace yourself!
The thunder striking at the same spot we are boarding. Oh yeah, that is.
Now we dance!
It is a beautiful story with it. Thunderstorms are like one of my favorite. Leave my crew alone. You can also use smoke launch. We have more enemies here. No, the Mellower is destroyed. Captured. Let's repair.
Let's get going!
This was the pirate ship that was
Reel him in, me crumbs!
sent to be destroyed. Maybe I should lower my wanted level first. Let's be full health. If the Man of War next experience starts the fight.
May they receive eternal peace. much sail as you can! Fire! Fire!
We'll have to rebuild that section first!
Fast as you dare!
Not looking too good.
Fire! The topsails and galleys!
Nope! I bitter too big piece of this cake. Maybe I'm just happy that I did get there. It is a three-star book.
Mains out, trim to the wind. Fire! Fire! Race for impact! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Don't go too far away. I did need one more break.
You want to board it now, sir?
My own fleet.
Out Paul! Reel the lubbers in!
Keep my deck clear! Do you hear the news?
Thou art my back, lads, and weapon of war!
Superman didn't fly this time.
Almost too easy.
It was a 3-star, right? Ha! I crashed the game. Happens to the best of us, right? This was just the third time in this 40 hours. No, not bad at all. Sometimes games just misbehave. Which is where we are though. It's still dark. It's the man of war.
Loose some sail, we move!
Let's see what we have here. Yeah, you're really getting close to the end of the story. Nope, cannot claim that.
Trim as near the wind as you dare!
Lay down from aloft!
Haul up the royal!
Wind!
A song!
Can it once be on our side?
Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the wind don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. For the wind was foul and the sea ran.
Full sail! Crowd it all!
Is that an opening? Yes. 3-star prequels. Oh, okay, game shows can count.
Give everything she's got!
Maybe I'm first supposed to take the fort. And we can go back here.
No fire! 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 Blaze! Fire!
Very cute. Let's see if we have a full fleet or not. I think it crashed.
Our faults deserve no mercy! Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize! If they come, grab them death
Get it board!
No mercy!
Dealing the damage with the cannon is very useful. The swivel. Yeah, okay, now I'm full. Let's repair. And then go to our cabin. Stay next to the evidence.
The more holds, the higher the profit.
I actually have many more Spanish ships. I'm a salvage, just 1 star. So here we are good. We have piracy. One more brick order.
Give me more sail.
Question is, where do I actually want to sail? We cannot go there yet. Main quest is taking us where? Trust is earned. How
What
much
might
does
you
it
be
cost
requiring?
us? Get the ultimate cannon damage. Heavy shot. 25. But yeah, rest are missing. No. I have found my hull. That's really nice. But for the mortar, no. Sound damage reduced and more defenses. Maybe I could try it. Go for the force. Of course, after we need this main mission here.
Well concluded.
Let's see the amount of rum I have. Is it enough? Not a piece of map.
I could sew your map back together.
Black Pearl. No, that is just bone if I want. Yeah, rum barrels missing. We can get them fitted. Mystery Island.
I know that look. Good luck finding the treasure.
Thank you. 1 out of 10, 1 out of 3.
Keep on searching, Captain.
Will do.
Get them aloft, let's go! More sail! We need to budge!
No, full health. It does not matter. The marker from... It's disappeared.
Helm the ship!
Let's we go.
Shamrock and rose, boys. Shamrock, rose, and thistle too. Shamrock and rose, boys. Holly, holly, ho. England, old Ireland. England, old Ireland. England, old Ireland.
Damn Burgess and Corcoran for turncoats. These bloody Templars.
Now in league with the Portuguese, it seems.
No matter. They'll still lead me straight to Roberts.
So that's your game. Chasing this fantasy.
I do want to use the toilet. Be right back.
And drawing us
Let's-
all along whether we would choose it or not.
You'll be thanking me soon enough.
Just some cutters.
Speed, lads! Give me another one, lads. Ease up.
Why is it not available now?
What's our course, Captain?
Principe, Quartermaster. We're sailing for the coast of Africa.
Oh, we're taking a longer break from the island. Yeah, it's a swivel gun. To see the sage.
We shouldn't be here, Edward. This is a fool's errand.
Stay with me on this, Ade. We're close now.
Nossa senhora de...
Portuguese! We're ambushed!
Fasten yourselves! Loose! Run the Pick the wrong fight! Right now!
The ships have no idea what has... Welcome, Claire. Oh, oh, where did that come? You're doing good. I'm glad to hear that.
Paul! Reel the lubbers in!
I am... Okay. Waiting for tomorrow. Last day of work. Last meetings. Aim can be done. Tell me how I missed it. Not so excited about the next relatives, but you will get some real life streams. I can wish. Let's get a look. How many ships are still alive?
Reef the topsails and gallants!
3 out of 5.
Loose all and trim sharp to the wind! Douse the royals and tops!
Your white bird might be working. Oh, that's pretty good news. 10 games, no issues.
Reef the topsails and gallants!
The Portuguese are in league with the Templars, that's clear. We should not linger here.
Get no argument from me.
I sacked them both. I was thinking of repairing our ship. It can be done later.
We are losing the wind, Captain.
Give
But it's
voice,
the
you tars!
Princess, the slave ship. Is this sage?
That's the princess. The sage is here.
He's copying me. What champs were you playing? You not a top.
Roberts.
Don't stay long. The crew's
Does
getting
that
restless out here.
Captain overboard!
70 meters. You've been jungling, okay. How are your bot laners playing? Sometimes you just have one lost lane. Or two. I did play Ramos, by the way. Today I played one game. And because of the AFK problems, you had super low score, so you're still rank banned. Oh yeah, I didn't remember it affects that. We can put the score 0-0 for next time I'm using this layout. Where did the game go? Okay, there we are. Look. 11, 5, 12. I got 2 marks. I had AFK, Kale, and enemies mid lane went AFK after I killed them a couple of times. So 2 AFKs in one game. And yes, my bot lane didn't help me at all in the early game. Like, I just go contest Master Yi, and he gets destroyed. As a Ramos, you deal the second most damage. I did go for oldish build. You can see that there's the... What is this items? Wits End. I don't know about this build for... Why he has... Like, he has no crit items. Here is the first. No, Terminus is not even a crit item. Like, what is this Master Yi build? But now I'm back to 60%. Great. What? 2 marks. Have you tried yet Ramos Jungle? Yeah, he was cooking a build and that didn't work. He melted. What do we have in here? Many things. Many pictures. All of the treasures are on the right side. So first the story. Advanced combat. As your enemies have become more dangerous, you may need advanced moves to help defeat them. Okay. We have parry. Dodge.
Poor bastards. I fear we're late.
Well, let's see.
I need to find another way in.
Or I could just kill them. If I do, it's gonna be that musty evil. Mastery built on Ramos.
Estás na minha mira, cão.
What a friend. Oh, he's seen me shooting.
Not good enough.
I don't know, I could have just walked in here. Why we needed another entrance. Let's get back on the high ground. Double assassinate and get rid of one. Then we can use the door. No. I was supposed to not assassinate those guys. But look how beautiful! What are you misclicking? We got lulled back, or wasn't it working? Oh, we could have run up that way. Wrong size. And now it's more white.
Captain Kenway. Yet
Hello,
another
Sage.
dire situation, Roberts. We really must stop meeting like this.
Stop tailing me and your wish had come true.
There's no need for this. You know I'm as good as my word.
Our Captain Howell was killed today in a Portuguese ambush. Headstrong fool. I warned him not to go ashore.
It was orchestrated by the Templars Burgess and Cockrum.
Have you actually
Same
ever
sort took
played
you to Havana.
the original Halo?
Ah, I see now there is no escaping the Templars' attention, is there? I suppose it is time to fight back.
I do like the sound of that.
And I know just how I'll do it. But these men, Burgess and Cockrum, they cannot be allowed to leave with word of my escape.
They won't. Count on it.
Because there's...
If you spot any men from my crew, do them some kindness and send them here.
I'll do all I can.
Officers. Like, it's here. In the game verse. Up to 4 people multiplayer. Could be played. It is not a long game, but so many good memories. Maybe I don't know. I could play that I do want to play it at some point. There's no hurry. Playing with friends, other people, it would be faster. Not as hard when you are playing on legendary. I don't think your laptop can handle it. It can't even handle Minecraft. Let's see. Requirements. Okay, yeah, I don't think you can run it. Yeah, most games nowadays are requiring a lot of VRAM. Like here, if you even want to play on high, you need 32. You have 8. That still failed. Oh, both sides.
Got you!
Let's works better. At least these guys didn't ring the bell. Is it? It's up there. Tend to be assassinated. But I want. I know. Oh yeah, I forgot the bell for a moment. And he found a way to it.
You'll have to be quicker.
Oh, there's a lot of grenades. You can throw 2. Hi Kia, how you doing? It's been a while. I'm starting my vacation soonish. Oh, actually, like tomorrow is just one day of work. First week, forced to be with relatives, but after that, not much. Been enjoying being a pirate. How have you been? Glad to hear. Welcome, Reaper. How you doing today? You have survived versus Trump.
Try this!
My exact words. Try this. Now I'm safe. You're doing fine. One more day of work and then you have 5 days off. Nice. I got 3 weeks off after 1 day work. This is not a competition. It is still a wonderful vacation. Oh, it's over there. Let's see what we have here. Half of the guards should be versus Trumpa Mula. Things. But isn't the war still ongoing though? Against the orange. Or has it ended? To be honest, he might have forgotten that it was never ever happening. I don't know what he's doing. Not my president, at least. Here we have. Sorry, bump into you. Do we have any loot here? It's you.
Quando começámos a trabalhar para os piratas? Aposto que o rei não sabe nada disto. Já não são piratas, são caçadores de piratas e têm a benção real.
Portuguese. So we'll be fighting versus Spanish and English. Now we are in Africa and we have Portuguese. This could be the island of Madeira, for example. I don't know why people that call us up become extinct and they don't know how to survive. Yeah, the real life animal is not on the best spot. Sparta kick. I'm not racing anymore. There is a chest. A couple of cards left. Let's go say hi. Here we have a bello. Well, that was unfortunate. I got shot and hit by a sword at the same time. Now we are desynchronized. Do a couple of parts again. Oh, okay, it's same. So there's just one dude up there. It's a Spider-Man. It is just so satisfying. Can I be any quiet? Or quieter? Steps on a glass. What is the latest game you played? Yeah. Yeah, it's not let them sing the song. There was this. I think he's just looking at the things that are close to him. Kick is strong. No. Couple of guards I missed. There's a chest. Why I think those guys are respawned.
Burgess and Cockram's ship. They're here, all right.
Let's get rid of the rest of the guards. You visit these captains. Where did I see? Here. Oh, this is the part of the execution.
Por que estamos a receber ordens piratas? Vai ter cozinho!
Okay, we can do it like that. Not have a double execution. We still made 2 new friends. No, they just stopped here. I am missing a couple of big upgrades, or ultimate upgrades. Look at this. They're coming up here. Thought it was.
Não foste educado dessa maneira.
Local language is revenge. How did I miss this here? Purchase orders. Just because I've gone to the dock does not mean I'm any slacking off. I expect all these move by the time I'm back, or I'll take out your heights. Shh. It just gave his more precise location. Actually, with this from up there. Well, then it's just pictures. We could have a monkey. Skin of a monkey. If we look what I'm after. I could go with the soul.
Aqueles piratas só nos trouxeram problemas. Olha só para o estado deste sítio. Agora cabe-nos a nós limpar a porcaria que fizeram. Quanto mais depressa fizerem o que vieram fazer e se forem embora, mais feliz ficarei.
Every pirate we find gets a nice pile of yes.
Sir, Captain Burgess has requested to meet you at the watchtower.
Christ, what now? What's the cargo?
He'll lead me straight to Bird.
Stealth failed. No, that's not. Oh, dude's reflective bullets. Second enemy who has like the health.
I'm not done yet!
Not so easy, is it, mate?
Yeah, he is blocking. Able to parry the gunshots. One down, one to go. He did have a green marker. So he was supposed to meet. Why wasn't the silent assassin? Oh, my guns. We do have a lot of gunpowder here. He was right. Just looking for a other. Suppose we can double. Is he trying to follow us? Yes. Come here.
Cá está ele! Apanha-o!
Now we dance.
I am kind of running out of healing.
It has to be buried somewhere there.
There is a treasure on this island. where? How our character knows this? I don't think I have a map for these places. $14.54. Like, this island doesn't have a name. We're still getting, like, there's a treasure here. Can mark those. Back there. Our character could say that it's up there as well. Is this a spot? And then I have one more. This was another path. Oh, really? Oh, okay. No, it's like locked. So we're going to the chest first.
I'll kill you myself!
Get rid of the sniper, please.
You done us good, Kenway. Proved yourself a true bravo. And for what?
His own bloody pride. You stepped in the path of my prize. Not a thing a man should do.
A cock short cully. Just like Hornigold said.
That Templar scab means nothing to me. None of you do.
And you're worse for it, Kenway. It were the Templars who took us in when all else went to shit. Not our king. Not our country. The Templars.
The Templars is our family. Where's yours?
Good question though. Our wife has left us.
In honest service, there are thin commons, low wages and hard labor. Yet, as gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. So what man with a sensible mind would choose the former life, when the only hazard we pirates run is a sour look from those without strength or splendor? For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and
I don't know why we were
withdrawing
stuck
them, find 'tis better to be a
having
commander
our hands
than a common
in front of us.
man. Ah! Oh, man. You flatter me with your persistence.
I'm looking for the observatory. Folks say you're the only man that can find it.
Folks are correct. Despite my distaste for your eagerness, I see in you a touch of untested genius. I'm Bartholomew Roberts.
Edward.
I've no secrets to share with you now. But if you'll lend me your aid, in 2 months' time west of the Leeward Islands, well, it's there you'll get some answers, I promise you.
Thank you. There's 2 chests left here. I want to go back. And a treasure map. Don't tell me we just fast traveled in time. We did.
It's funny that.
Maybe we can.
Scurvy, the fix is more pleasant than the cause. When you catch a dose from a horn, must treat it with quicksilver. You're fonder of getting the disease than you are of curing it. Something biting at you.
Oh, all men desire to live by a code or a creed, yes? Yet when pressed, most defer to their instincts rather than the laws that bind them. But what is the appeal of a creed if it does not yoke all men to like behavior?
Might make a man feel like he belongs to something. What's your answer?
Oh, that all men are sheep. That an old wolf like me deserves every ounce of blood he draws. Sail to this location. Bring only those you trust.
Thank you, Roberts. Okay, from here we can fast travel back to that island. Two chests and the secret mission. Okay. We have the wildlife here after us. Edward is faster. Or are we?
Hey, oh, you come here. No, you coward! Bleed!
Hey guys, relax. I'm only here for our chests.
Up and over.
I do have some fancy.
You think I will reel you in?
That's a good. Destroy the fire. One, take it down. Another one. Who are you?
Got you!
Come here! Hey, thanks for the follow with the Joker. Appreciate it.
I'm ringing the alarm!
No, you are not. No alarms. There's enough bodies in this one pile. one already. I can't see where he is. He's up here, right? That's the.
Dead to rights.
Take this.
You rascal. Quit hiding, you idiot!
Okay, that doesn't. No one help. No, I'm having reloads. Assassination. No hurries. What you gonna do?
Taking the shot!
Not bad. Did somebody go for Bell? Come. Man, that was a really long range. Now, where's the big points? I'm only here for the chests. I can look out. A little bit of peace and quiet.
Where are you, wretch?
There! I got him!
There was one bush where I had.
Not good enough!
No, not a bush, it was a cart. I think I put like 8 enemies inside the same bush.
Headed down here.
The chest must be somewhere back there.
There is a buried chest somewhere here. I do not have a map for it. So, exact coordinates. No. I'm looking for a spot where we could dig. Let's see the other path. We had at least one enemy who wanted to shoot at me. I had some revenge. Okay, it's done.
Let's stop! Surprise! You die now!
Well, I feel like it could be here. Maybe I'm just supposed to travel here for the 3rd time. Edward is only saying that it should be somewhere back here. Let's see. 11, 13, 11. Or 11, 3. $11. Okay, now we have a location for the map. And I forgot that we actually had. Remember the roll. Unfortunately, the whole village is again full of enemies. I was actually so close to this chest earlier. Let me just look.
Your last mistake, mate.
Perfect. Okay, now for the last two things.
The chest should be buried back there.
Enough of your freaking.
Lights off. What's with you?
I do like buried treasure.
Found it. Please be ultimate plan.
Tasty.
No. Not worthy.
You're dead. We've got a shot.
Luckily, it's a shotgun.
I'll cut you to shreds.
He's still on fire.
Gotcha.
Oh, that push was enough. Okay, game. Can I take the whole ship? Here is a spot where we are no longer in danger, right? No, it's just a swap from red to yellow. From we cannot fast travel from either of them. Needs to be full white. Let's have a run. My boat is so far away. Bacon and chicken. Peacefully. Peacefully just hanging around. Which one you had the last? Now we are like this close. Let's just swim. Although we could probably fast travel from here. I could see these islands. Really unfortunate that the treasure chest from here just a little bit of cash. Points, rounds. Not British pounds. Okay, it actually returns. Straight into the Caribbean. Let's check on the fleet. We have
ships are profit.
I think all of them would have done their plans or not. No, they are still sailing. And we have one slot away. Let's see. Can we take on which fort first? Do I have all of them? No, wrong button. $14 out of 16, right? We can still fast travel from there. Or travel from there towards the fort.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
It's not that far off.
All sail! Fill those sticks!
Flying Spanish ensigns! Rig the frigate!
I want the prig.
Up yards! Douse topmast sails!
Ready and willing, Captain.
Fire! Fire! Fasten yourselves!
Take off and hold back!
As much sail as you can! Fire!
Fire! Get the kites ready!
They thought they will be trailing us. Okay, let's look at the boats. You're the frigate. With you we can repair.
Names out, trim to the
And
wind.
the next one is ours. Add it to my fleet of boats.
Drag them to their doom!
There's not one up there. Ready. I don't know what we were blocking. Dude has some moves. Saves you. Taking down his friend.
Give me more sail.
And there's the next one.
Anchor away!
These
Put on some sail.
other Spanish ships are just sailing away.
Break up!
It does have some.
Let's have a song then.
She's right, sir. Should be board and take her.
We should.
Step on their ship and they'll pass like the sea!
Keep them
Pull them in with a will!
Hissing themselves! Thou art my battle axe and weapon of war!
Somebody tried to shoot me from high up. That's not my level. It doesn't say that it includes any rum. This one is.
Loose some sail, we move!
For them!
Fire! Fire!
Loose all, let's move!
Fire! Fasten yourself! Fire! Fire!
That was a really desperate try.
Let us strike these devil!
Paul! Reel the lovers in!
Do not let them board us!
Easy rum. Definitely like these ship battles are. Oh yeah, you wanted to fight this one.
Fast as you dare. Set her back. Fire!
I got some roads up there. You know about the pirate ship?
Batten yourself!
No, not pirate.
Give everything she's got. Brace yourself! Barrels up!
What would be ideal from long
Reef
range?
the topsails and gallants!
Douse the fore! Hurry! A good shot will finish her.
Fire! Fire!
Okay.
Every last scrap of duck on the wind! Fast as you dare!
Ram them!
Not what I had planned for. How it's still standing so tall?
We have the wind at our back!
I kinda need to
Bring them in for a steely kiss!
lower the wanted level as well. Yeah, nothing good. No mercy for you, mister. And there was just one. Oh, it's not repairing a lot. Hi Bob. How you doing?
No use wallowing about here.
Let's catch some wind, lads.
I've been to Africa today. There's another fight. Do I keep the wanted level?
Trim as near the wind as you dare!
I think I do.
Jack Spanish! More than one side! Raise your voices, me trump!
We need the...
Drag them to their doom!
Appreciate it. 29 months. Man, that's crazy. Oh, shot. That's a good question. Thank you. Have a bullet. I can hear it. Crazy amount. I'm just loose. Have you ever played the original Halo? I'm gonna help them.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail! More sail!
No,
we
no,
need
no.
to budge!
I want to take on this fort.
Give everything she's got!
Careful, Captain! These waters are closely watched by our enemies.
Sometimes
Set her back!
the game just goes crazy with boats.
Fast as you dare! Ease her off! Fire!
Almost ready, sir!
Fire!
No, this is not close enough. I see that there's more enemy ships.
Crowd on every inch of sail!
Steady your hand!
Faster now! Ease up! Fire!
My plan was to take on the forts, not
Brace for impact!
two
Fire!
navies.
Give everything she's got! Calm her down! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Oh, it's not like going down.
Keep the yards off the wind! Brace yourself!
I crushed it. No! More Barbaros! Maybe I should have fought the ships first and then go for the forts. But it's always easy to think what could have been done. No, we know. Fort, 800 meters. We don't see enemy ships. We do see.
Like a frigate!
Unreef the mains!
Loose the mains, half sails!
All the Spanish ships need to be taken down.
Loose all sail! Speed, lads!
Both of these are right. Are they sailing this way? At least this one does.
Ease up! Get off the squall!
Sun sails.
and gallants! Race for impact!
Where's the balls? We're coming together!
Fire!
Oh, that hurt us.
Fire! Let out some sail! Fire! Every last
Try to make
scrap
them
of duck on the
immobile.
wind!
Not to go too close to the fort, so they also should.
Fire! Fire!
They're after us!
Fire! Let her back! Fire! Ready powder barrels! All in the stunsails!
Reef the foremen! Hold at the top!
Fire!
No, that's not good.
Fire! Luso, let's move! Race! Fire! Fire! Douse all but me!
We are boarding! No! It doesn't save us from the damage. Three strong Spanish ships. Is it any calmer? No, we still have. Now it's one man of war.
Catch me some wind!
Like, I would not want to use all the models.
Crowding on, all of it! Ease up! Fire!
Our force patrol these waters closely, Captain!
Douse the gallants and royals! Loose and catch the wind! Fire! Fire! Brace for impact! Fire!
That dealt some damage.
More sail! All sail! Fire! Fire! Douse all but me!
Almost made it the immobile.
Fire! Fire! Batten yourself!
No, you
in all tops!
Oh, we can just go and
Give me
take it.
every inch of sail!
Ride the wind, for all she's worth!
Reef the gallants!
Mainmast, bring in the top halyards! Pull!
There's another one coming.
Grapples ready! Just say the word!
We must tread lightly! These waters are well guarded, sir!
Prepare to board, meus caros!
Pull them down to hell, lads!
We shall pull the breath from your lungs!
Nice assassination. Is there someone behind? He got no mercy. Hey. I'm here for you. doesn't care. I do have a slow motion from my weapons. Or from the pistol whenever I shoot someone. But I want that port! Yes, I definitely need repairs. Would be really nice. For this test way, are you another Spanish ship?
I do not think we can stand against them, sir!
Give me more sail!
It's just a prick. And that's a British man of war.
Our foes patrol these waters closely, Captain!
Fire! You heard the captain! Move! Fire! Raise! Fire! 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 Brace yourself! Fire!
Shooting them out of the... Yeah, those two can be fighting.
All sail!
If I need health, I'll just come back.
Set her back! Give everything she's got! Race!
We'll have to rebuild that section first!
Evasive fire! Fire! Race for impact! Fire! Fire! Faster now! Calm her down!
Tell me where did that ship arrive?
Ready powder! Fasten yourself! Fire! Toast the gallants and royals!
Through the foremans!
Loose all and trim sharp to the wind! Send her back! Fire! Brace yourselves! Speed, lads!
Let's go collect some health.
Ease her off! Brace for impact! Give everything she's got! Ease up!
Leave the fort and they'll be sure to repair the damage!
Pull them in with a will! Officer, no match!
Him. Yeah, one weekend destroy the balloon. We do not get full health, but at least 6 out of 9.
her sticks! Fire! As much sail as you can!
She's trim too! Hearty! I said hearty!
Fire! Bury yourselves! Haul in the stunsails!
Bail off and bring in those runners! Now!
Fire!
Fast as you dare!
Ease her off! Fire! Cruiser! East! Mains out! Let's go! Fire! Fire!
In the devil's circle!
I'm just trying to board this boat.
Loose main sails!
Oh,
Let us strike these devils!
Bring them in for a steely
I'm
kiss!
back at the same health I was. It's a repair time. Maybe now we can take on the fort. Who knows?
Get the mainsails into the wind! Ease up! Fire! Speed, lads! Fire! Douse all but mains! Fire! Unfurl mains! Let's move! Brace yourselves! Fire! Trim the yards off the wind! Fire! Mains out! Let's go!
Which parts are destroyed?
Tops! Gallants! Royals! Stop! Brace for impact!
We did take it! Oh, I'm still alive.
No use wallowing about here.
Bail off on the fore!
Loose all sail!
Aloft, lads! Check those royals!
No, not to die in here.
Ease up!
Good news, everybody! Almost there. Can't never have a hair like that. Let's see. Reload. Oh, my character didn't. Or am I out of bullets?
There's the bastard! Stop!
No, I have bullets. For some reason, he don't want to reload. Let's just finish it. He has some. Rid of him like that. The use of a gun really feels like a must. Use of the pistols. Rest of them give up.
They're finished. Find their commander.
All together now!
Push in. What we will get from here?
I don't let you run past our camps only to die here.
You only need to take out the biggest one. Definitely the hardest part is the ship battle itself. Once you get in to have 101. Now we have a new island here. Undiscovered.
Well done.
This gunpowder is quality. A shame there's so little left.
You can't get everything. Let's see. Armor fleet's back. Can we put any of them into use now that there's more?
Less risk now.
Or I still have the Parisian going. This would be trading aloe vera. And yet Serranilla is the only one that I'm missing. I can put a boat over there. Venganza. It did get a little hurt. I'll be right back. Okay. It's hot here again. It was a couple of days when it was like, okay, but when it was good. I've been needing the shower for so long. When I go to sleep and when I wake up, and sometimes in the middle of the day as well. It is just needed. Now, since we have taken this fort, and yes, we need to get a new jacket. Not bad. Well, we are British. Let's see about this island here.
Nasty storm out there, Captain.
Catch me some wind. Trim as near the wind as you dare.
Who's down? Man your shoots.
Ease her off.
Since it's a storm, we cannot sing.
Quite the squall picking up, Captain.
Come on!
Reef mains, douse
Man, this wind is really saying, screw me. I'm trying to go to the other way.
Crowd in on, all of it.
Crowd on all the sail we have.
I'm not too far off.
Looks like a frigate. Spanish ensigns. Seem to be on their way, starboard.
Oh no!
Or we shall reap what we have sown.
Fleet has returned.
Bit of damage.
Fleet are back.
Storm is still ongoing. We're getting close. These ships are having their own fight. Nuestra Senora de Mons. So, I'm really sorry for butchering. We're gonna go. Can we go from here?
Gallants, royals, fire!
Hold down.
It seems a bit tight. At least no parallel parking. I can actually do it. I was able to do the car. I haven't tried it in a while.
Give me every inch of sail.
Yeah, it's just one mic later.
Trim off. Bring in the stunsails.
We've hit rock!
Take us off the wind. Well sung, lads.
So I think I needed two.
Patience, Kenway. Too near.
There's definitely a chest. Will they see me if I'm up here? Sometimes they're quite blind. Now we can take it. Running out of bullets is a real thing. Oh, they're really looking at me so far away. So far away. Make the plants heavy. Now the Mayan sleep. We do have I just don't know how I'm gonna get there. Here. And those are just health. I did see some horns. Sorry. Hello, bird. Thanks for stopping by, Bob. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Chest, map, and leather. Chest must be here.
Saluda de mi parte al del tridente. Suerte, no te salvará.
Can't get different. No, we had. One who wanted to come down. Now, about the chest. For the big boy, we need to reload.
Not good enough.
Let's get closer to the shooter, and I pull him from here. Here we come! Gravity. Oh, both of them are like up there. How are we gonna get there? This does not help, does it? No, we cannot jump from either way. From here.
Poor sod. Anything on him?
That was trying to hide.
Another map, eh?
For which island is this? Let's see. San Juan. This is not San Juan. Nope. My graveyard.
Look, there's another.
Stories of the Sage. Or from the Sage. The Templar Uprise. It was April of 1673 when I espied a galleon in Kingston's harbour, flying the colours of the men of Holland, which I thought queer but not unlikely. This was a ruse, however, for the ship's cargo was most assuredly Spanish. A gentleman called Torres, once a soldier in the Spanish army, Now an emissary on behalf of his king was sold, said he, to be their Beckforge. I learned later that he called himself a Templar and had made his visit to the Beckforce plantation to look upon Master Beckforce's strange collection of collected manuscripts. Torres was 2 days with Mr. Beckford when another object took his full attention, namely me. The sight of my face stirred in him a strange sort of excitement, which I found altogether untoward at first, until he plied me with questions that shocked me to the core of my being. Said he to me, one evening after supper, "Hear your voices, Mr. Governor." "How is that?" I answered, feigning ignorance, though shaken in truth. "Voices from the dark of your mind. Our memories, to be clear, as if from another life entire." And here I was terrified. How was it that this man knew the odd riddle of my life, as it were a banal fact of history? "I know not what you mean, Master Torres," I said, and took my leave of him, so anxious as I was. "Good night too, sir," said he, as I departed. "We shall speak again when you are rested and ready to talk." Still shaken, I bade him good night and made for my bedchamber, feeling another heavier coming stronger. When I reached my bed, I fell into so it's not the Roberts, it is the previous Sage. For those who come after. I spent my life searching for the gift of immortality. Now my trust in the ancient gods has been rewarded. The texts have led me to our ruins in the heart of Santa Miras. Today I will reach them and join the gods in life eternal. I leave this note for any who may follow and not find me. Do not fear, I have our ascendant.
He wanted immortality, and he died for it. What luck.
I don't know how he got here. Something I had found, not collected. I do need to find another way. Go a little bit backwards. Get up and see what that is. It's a data file.
Damn it. Good.
Good mate. Now the find way up. Oh, I thought like we could have just thrown him another match. Anyways. It's on the other side. Well, I feel like we are just gonna... This does not lead me. Okay, I ran for no reason there. Now the island should be ours. Yes. Let's continue from here. Later on. Tomorrow is a day for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So it's Saturday and then Sunday on this. So I actually do not know when is the next day I can play more of Assassin's Creed. Let's see, there's Urgy. They are having a sea battle. Trying to conquer a ship. But thank you, chat, for today. I appreciate you being here, and I hope you have a great time.